So let me pop out chats. Copy, making copies. Okay, now to Twitter. Alrighty. And hey, what's up, Sven? How you doing? Alright. So that should be good. Let's get some synthwave going. It's a warm day today here in Washington. It is just getting warmer. Which is not ideal. I don't like the heat. No one ever masters leak code. I'm saying you should probably get good enough that you can do the basics, and then you should concentrate on actually building things. Leak code is to pass the interview. That's it. I have personally never found value in reversing a linked list. I have never needed a linked list in any application I've ever written. Your ability to build features and ship code is more important than leak code skills. All right, so this is where we left off yesterday. Yeah, a queue. Yeah, queues are important, but they're pretty straightforward as well, right? Queues in a stack. I'm guessing you meant stack, not a heap. The heap is a stack, right? I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, like a min heap? Okay. Yeah, I've never needed that for code before. Yeah, sure. You might do it, but it's incredibly rare, right? Library authors. There might be a linked list inside of React or Preact or frameworks like that. They might maintain a linked list. They might do tree stuff. For the most part, you're not going to deal with graph or tree stuff at the job. It's just not going to happen. And when you finally need to do it, you'll just read about it and you're done. You don't need to memorize any of that stuff. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at, right? It will be a thing for very specific parts of code. The likelihood you're going to work on those parts of code is very small. So why optimize for a very small portion of your time? There's no need. In my opinion, it's just as ridiculous as optimizing your typing speed. you're not spending most of your time typing. Optimize the part about scanning and understanding code quicker rather than worrying about how fast you can type it out. The reason I think there are some famous programmers that really push for typing speed as a thing is because they've already optimized the thinking and reading part. But that doesn't make it into their push for you to learn how to type better. Typing is easily only 20% of our time. If you're optimizing for that 20%, you better have already optimized the 80%. All right, so this is the part we left off on yesterday, though. We discovered that if we're doing UUIDs or any other like string-based ID, like a nano ID or something like that, as our user IDs, we're good to go. Like really good to go. However, if we're doing it with numeric IDs, we don't have as good of a bias towards what I'm looking for. All right, we're seeing that our mean is at 41 when it would be ideal if our mean was as close to 50 as possible. And we probably want a distribution as good as these, basically. So yeah, right? Hashing algorithms that don't give us any outliers are actually kind of a problem too. Right? Our min and our max are not even getting to 0 and 100. That means we're missing out on 23% in both directions. That's a crazy amount of bias in that system. So ideally, over, and I forget how many numbers we're doing here. If we look at n is 1,000, over 1,000 iterations, we should be getting stuff up in like the upper 10% of things. So our goal is to actually have the red stretch as far across as we can, which this one does better than ours. Now, keep in mind that I don't think this needs to be perfect. So leeway of a couple percent at the top and bottom of all the ranges is fine. But so far, this is as close to like good as we're looking for. This one's actually even better. Right? Our 25% is at 25%. Our 75% is at 74. So yeah, some of these other hashing algorithms have a much better distribution than what we're seeing. And I think we were actually doing a flawed representation of these things by doing the buckets that we had. What is going on with grams? I'm not sure, but it's the same thing we're getting with DJB2 as well. So let's at least look at that code and try and understand it a bit better. So here's grams. My guess is it's something to do with the magic numbers. If we look at DJB2, we can see we start off at this magic number, and we start doing some magic with it. And then finally, we got to multiply it by a seed value so that we can change that. So I might be breaking things by doing the modulo and then divide. Let me just do this one more time, because I wonder if the 100 was actually messing us up there. Because all we need to do is get it between, you know, a value of 0 and 100, or 0 and 1 technically. So dividing by whatever we modulo by should do that. So maybe the modulo number was no good. I don't know for sure. Right, DJB2 didn't actually prescribe the way we modulo and do this stuff. That was something we had to do to actually get it into a shape that we're looking for other stuff. So now if we look at grams again, it's so similar to what I'm doing here, right? The only difference is, yeah, the only difference is the magic numbers. So then, yeah, we see here again that these ones get really good. They're getting like the full range and everything. Our custom hash does miss out on a couple percent. And this is only when we're doing it with number values. If we're hashing a string, things are fine. In fact, yeah, let me show that off. We'll get both of them in there. That way we can visualize and look at this a little more. So we got raw results 1000 and raw int results 1000. All right, so raw parsed and raw int parsed. All right, so we should get 2 graphs here now. So yeah, as we look at what we're getting for number values, we see that the hashing is pretty solid. When we get into hash, and this is for numbers. Once we get into strings, gram hash is fine, right? The min and max are great. The mean is right there at 50. The 25% is 24.65. The 75 is 74, basically. The 50 is at 50. DJB2 could be better. Right? Some of these drift. Yeah, integers is where it breaks. And it's probably due to the way that we are doing our integer stuff, right? Because we're not doing a random integer. We're doing an incremented integer. So with 1000, we're just going up to 1,000. Morgan, no, this is not CSS. We are using Nevo boxplot. That is a graphing library, and it's rendering to an SVG. So it turns out my min and my max pretty solid. Our mean is a little lower. And yeah, it seems to me like we're not doing this part right. Because of the way that we're maybe like yeah, doing the modulo part. A little curious about that actually. Hold on, let me look at mine. Yeah, with ours, we're doing the modulo by 100 divided by 100. With others, they use some different values. Okay. So yeah, grams breaks down on incremented integers. If we were doing random integers, I bet it would behave a lot better. But incremented integers are actually going to be more common, especially for smaller applications. Right? Like random integers is probably not going to be a thing. If you have a large enough user base, your numbers might be big enough to do something with it. But if you only have 1,000 users, you're not going to reliably be able to release out to 20% of them, right? In fact, if we look at gram hash and DJB2, yeah, you wouldn't get anybody in your bottom 20% if you only have 1,000 users. That's kind of a deal breaker. I'm a little curious how some of the other open source feature flag tools actually do their hashing. So here's another thing I want to do. If I add a salt, does that actually improve my values? So here we see that. Oh, it biases it the other direction. Huh. Django Waffle just uses MD5. Okay. That makes my custom one behave better. Oh, interesting. Gram hash is no longer in the top 5 at that point when we add other values. So the length of the string ends up really impacting the runtime of some of these. All right, so Gram and DJB2 end up being pretty fast at that point again. Mine ends up still having the same bias issues. When we start getting down into here, yep, mine ends up being off a bit. Okay, yeah, I thought it was weird that Graham didn't make it into that. All right, so yeah, what does Growthbook use too? So they're doing FNV32A. Interesting. Hold on, let me double check something. All right, just double checking. So I'm curious how their original function was biased. Yeah, now we gotta look. What is their license? let's look at the license file. The only live established dev on Twitch now? No. Isn't Glasses going? Pretty sure Glasses is streaming right now too, isn't he? Oh no, it looks like he finished. It is Friday. People are probably trying to get out of the house and enjoy their day. Let me double check this. There's definitely other people streaming right now. Yeah, Purple Elf, the Coppinger. I mean, Lana Lux counts, but it's a different kind of dev. Spheriphoria is doing some Zig. He's a little newer, though. So yeah, I can understand not being familiar. Yeah, not as many people streaming today as I would expect, actually. Soy Pete Tech, killing it. Brian Programmer, super good. Yeah, I do find it strange that, I don't know, yeah, there aren't that many streamers that go. I just think it ends up being like one of the nicest days. Graham Hash was provided by Graham the Dev, who's just a regular here in stream. He basically got his hashing algorithm from, I think, Minecraft. But all of these numbers, like 9301, 49297, and 233280, are magic numbers that have like a steeped history. Right? I'm pretty sure you can find some of these numbers in Doom and like a whole bunch of other things. So there's nothing truly proprietary about what's going on with this. But it is somewhat novel in the fact that it's mixing together all of these things. But for some reason, it just has a major bias when we do it on number values, which is a bummer. So yeah, we did FNV 1A. And FNV 1A, we broke, like, we messed up something with FNV 1A. Like, I'm guessing you're saying, like, single letters? Yeah, we're not hashing single letters like that. Right, like, it's probably not going to be very common for someone to do sequential string-based IDs like that. Right? Especially not like a single character at a time. So I don't think that's something that we need to necessarily support. But sequential numbers is absolutely something we need to support, because that could be someone's primary ID or primary key in the database, right? Their user ID would be like the primary key in that table. And oftentimes you'll see that people just use that ID as a user ID. It's actually a bad idea because it allows like user enumeration. I haven't tested that Volco. To write that kind of test would be a lot harder. And I don't think it would be that common of a thing. But it could be worth testing. So hold on. If we go back and look at how Growthbook is doing it, actually, we should probably look at their license file as well. Where did they say the license was? View the license file in this repository. There it is. So yeah, packages, SDK.js. All right, so that is open. We go to source, we go to util, and util is where their hash function is. And they're doing FNV32A, which I was not specifically familiar with. So it's just giving them a number, right? So hash versus hash 32. So it's just like the bit size of the number. So they're still doing FNV1A. Yeah. FNV is definitely a little easier to say. Full or Nolvo? Yeah, you're not wrong. So yeah, all right. So this one's a bummer, and this is what we actually used. But they're doing big int, and big int is part of the problem. All right, so let me double check this. All right, so then let's just do this. Const. Let's do this. Result equals FNV1A Yeah, we're okay with that failing. Result here ends up being 0, though. How does that happen? And that's why the value was so biased. So FNV offset basis is some massive number. And then we got the prime value there. So yeah, we copied those directly. What is total number right here? That is probably 0. But why? Total number is also 0. I think the number conversion might be doing it. Oh, wait, no. So the 4096 is the issue? If we did it by 100, we'd have the same problem. What is it divided by 4096? even more curious about how they're doing it here. And yeah, the hex value they're doing. I don't know why. This doesn't look like FNV to me, based upon what we were seeing. It definitely isn't. So they're doing a different hex value. 811C9 DC5. Not even close. So we're doing FNV 64, when instead we might want to be going for 32. That's it. So size in bits is what's getting us. Oh. Oh. And yeah, that's where they got these numbers too. So yeah, it's the size of our number that's getting us. And I think that's actually our biggest problem. Oh, hold on. Did I do offset basis wrong? No, I didn't. Alright, so we get some major negative values there. So this is MIT licensed, right? We'll still want to like call it out, but I want to see this. Oh, and I see. So they're doing a combination of the two. So they've got their hash FNV32A for the string, but then the seed value needs to get in there. Wait a minute. They're adding the seed and the value? Seed is a string. Oh. Interesting. Huh. So let's just grab their whole thing here. We're looking at hashing algorithms. We'll just call it hash GB. Give this a value equal to 2. And I want to see how theirs actually starts to perform. But hold on, let me do this. We're just going to say seed is that. And let's try and run it. All right, so now what I want to do is, instead of process exit, hold on, where do we see the FNV1A? Oh, and we're doing the FNV1A thing elsewhere. All right, so we rerun all these tests. Oh. I really don't like that being a compile error, but whatever. Hold on, I'm just trying to double check where it pinged me on a thing. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure where that error I'm getting at work is coming from, but yeah, someone has to reach out. Alright, so yeah, that should have rebuilt. We should have this back up and running now. We do see FNV1A. Really good. So yeah, I'm wondering if the gram one is also the same issue we were having with another. And yeah, for numbers, FNV1A is fast. I'm a little surprised we don't see it in the strings, though. My guess is the fact that it's happening twice, right? That's going to make it slower. Let's go look at the raw data real quick. Oh, actually, no. Let's go look at just regular results. Oh, fun. Looks like we broke everything. They shouldn't have, Steel Toad. Other people's ended up working. There was a bit where things weren't working yesterday, and if you didn't stay here long enough, maybe it didn't kick in. Dude, I'm sorry, Steel Toad. Yeah, blame Twitch. Twitch had a major bug yesterday. That sucks. Yeah, like what time did you have to stop watching yesterday? Someone else is also reporting that their streak broke. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, exactly. And then after that time, it ended up working. But if you weren't here during the time that it ended up working, then that would have been part of the issue, I think. Yeah, so if you weren't able to stick around until it finally started working, that would be tricky. But I think you would also have needed to maybe chat or do something else to like recognize you as a viewer. I don't know for sure. Oh, you were able to donate and it still didn't work? Oh. I don't know what the bug was then. It's just a buggy system. Blame Twitch. I bet if you contact support, you might be able to get it fixed. If you care. Yeah, that is a lame bug. Yeah, blame Melky, obviously. He's not streaming today for a reason. He's got some bugs to fix ship fixes for on a Friday, obviously. But the points do matter. It's fun. It's cool. I want to see how many people we can get into the 100 club. He's got some bugs to ship. Exactly. He's got some bugs to ship. Damn, isn't that just like the truest way of describing our job? Yeah, if the act of debugging is removing bugs from code, the act of coding is the act of putting them in. No, I get it there, Alpha. I just think we don't need to try and feel better or worse than other streamers. We just have a different stream. That's all. I'm glad that you've been around and you're hanging out and you're enjoying it. But, you know, other people's streams are fun and cool too. They're just different. There's no better or worse. Oh, that reminded me though. I got to do a quick reply. I think it was actually this one. Yeah, for sure. Yes. Yeah. All right, so as we look at this, FNV1A is killing it for number-based hashing. Like, really good. We don't see it in the list there, though. Let me just do this. All right, so where's the part where we're taking our time and doing stuff there? Yeah. so this is going to be algorithm? Nope. Morgan, are you spamming us? Because it seems a little strange. All right, so hold on. Something we're doing in creating these CSVs is no good. Ah, that's it. So I don't think we end up needing this log value because I think it actually slowed us down. And then we should be able to get these sorted by like the fastest versus the slowest. Okay, so here we go. My implementation of DJB2 is probably just no good for numbers. We'll have to figure that out. For numbers, we see FNV1A is really fast. For strings, it's only slightly slower. And grams is faster than all of them. EJB2 is really fast as well. Yeah, I think we just end up needing to do FNV1A. I think that's all we can do. Yeah, if only we didn't have this, like, really negative bias in our custom, we'd be good to go. But, yeah. Whatever we might do to fix our custom hashing algorithm is probably not worth it. Because FNV1A ends up being fast enough. Man, for strings, though, we are really good. Right? We do have, like, just like a 1% bias of not getting all the way to 100 there, which I'm sure we could fix pretty easily. We actually don't get to the 75 that well, though. Whereas FNV1A gets way closer there. So even though the center line isn't biased properly there, I still think the FNV1A is better. Okay. So now, I guess the next big part is... I mean, number one, we need to refactor all of what we got. What I'm wondering next is instead of Yeah, instead of doing a number for our seed value, hold on. Let me think about this. If we go back to our index here, we do this again. I want to make sure that these two are wildly different values from being in the right place here. So if we do this part, we should see totally different values. Now I kind of want to see what happens when we do that. It shouldn't be predictable. I'd say those distances are different enough, but maybe not ideally. So let's refactor this. Oop. Oh, let's do this. Const, or let's do a let. We'll just do const. Const seed num is equal to I less than 10. Sure. So we're going to see like 100 values here, but we don't want them to be like predictably distributed. And we're just doing this as a quick hack. Oh, and I should have gotten rid of those. Yeah, I'd say it's fairly well distributed. Okay. All right, so we're at the point where, number one, I think We need to update all the SDKs. That's a separate issue. And we need to do the FNV1A. It is MIT licensed, so we can grab what Growthbook is doing, as long as we shout it out. We are slightly modifying it. Actually, the only difference is their seed, I think, is a random string. Our seed is a random number. So yeah, I don't think we need to maintain backwards compatibility. We can just use their hard work. I think we just call that good. Let me just double check. There we go. All right, just replying to a couple tweets. All right. Yeah. It does mean we're going to have to update tests and do some other stuff. I think we got time for that today if we get the blog post going. So yeah, all right, let's think about what we're doing here. I don't think the hybrid results matter as much, but hashing numbers versus strings is important. Let's actually hack these things out. But, is it whiskey time? I think it's time for a whiskey. I'm okay with that. I think it's time for a beverage. So yeah, we had something wrong with FNV that we were able to fix. And it was because we were using... You know what I want to do? Hold on. We're going to do this slightly different. FNV 32. Okay, sorry. Coworkers are discussing one of the bugs I reported, and I think we discovered what was the cause of the bug. So I don't think it's actually a problem. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Sorry, I gotta paste something for work. Give me a sec. Okay, sorry. All right, whiskey time. I got one more thing to test up. Oh, and I just noticed that. So yeah, sorry. We've got a really big release coming up next week, so I got to make sure that I'm helping them test it as much as they possibly can. Sorry. One more time. One more. Sorry. This is my job. I gotta do what I can. All right, so here we go. Now the weekend has officially started. There we go. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? Yeah, there we go. All right. So, yeah, what I want to do is I actually want to see FNV 32 1A versus FNV 64 1A. And I wonder if I even need their hash anymore. I probably still want to do it, right? So they're doing this one here. So let's go grab those values back just to be sure. Oh, you know one other thing I'm noticing? They're not doing the prime. So they're not doing a proper FNV 1A. Interesting. So I might still want to end up just using what I've got. All right. So yeah, sorry. Helping work debug this thing. Hmm. All right. So yeah, I'm trying to help them troubleshoot something because it's important. Hmm. There you go. Exactly, Steel Toad. Yeah, I'm not having to provide the solution. I'm just trying to like help them give context into how they can debug what the issue is. All right, so let me get rid of these log statements because I don't think they matter as much anymore. And total is a number. I don't think I would need to do that. Hold on. Sorry. Work. Okay. Rihanna entered the chat. Wait, where? Okay. So now that we've got this, we'll just leave it as FNV1A. Oh, but we're not using our seed value in this one. There we go. So now let's go back over into here. Oh, hold on. No, we're going to have some bugs. Because hash GB is there twice. 64A here. Let's go grab that Wikipedia and get the right number for it. All right, so first, let's change this to just hash GB 64. And see what happens there. Oh, and now I got to do those. I wish when you did a screenshot with Mac OS, it automatically put the image into your clipboard. Okay. We need to fix that because they're not used in that file for the moment. Okay. So theirs ended up working fine. So whether we're doing a 64 or a 32, it ends up being the same. Okay. So then I don't think what we had here is actually going to be fixed. And yeah, multiplying that might not fix anything either. All right, so we got FNV1A there. This ends up just being let me do this. What we want to do is oh, I know. We still want to do that, but we want to do number over that. And we get massive negative values, so... Oh, and 0 there is a huge problem. One more time, sorry guys. GK2... Oh, I like that. So someone named Eric Fleming replied to my tweet saying, right, because I said, if debugging is the act of removing bugs from code, coding is the act of putting them in. Their comment is then, I call this N-bugging. It's like a queue. It's NQ and DQ. So yeah, I like that. That's solid. That's a big brain move. All right, so friendly sharing. Today you learned the WOO in WooCommerce stands for worst option out there. Yes, exactly. Lana. Hell yeah. Yeah, so I've got a bot that imagines you as a supervillain, and then it also tries to imagine what your arch nemesis would be like. And it's pretty fun. And hey, Pounce Penguin. Ooh, we're going to hear 5 more of those now, too. But yeah, Lana, what were you up to today? Let me check what the bot told us. This is hustling. Ooh, so this is hustling. Is that, was that stuff for a game jam? Or was that you doing, like, marketing stuff for your game? And if you have to go, or you had to go already, no worries. Yeah, anyone got a link to Lana's game so we can at least, like, shout that out? Like the Kickstarter or whatever, I think. I bet I can look it up. One second. Got a coworker thing. Oh, and sorry, Pandar. Lux Games Strain. Nope, you're good, you're good. There we go. Yeah, let's pop it open. Lux.games/strain. So yeah, for anyone that was here in chat first. Hold on, let me look at one more quick thing. Aha! And yeah, it does look really cool. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm really like really wanting out of this? Like a good like description of like the goal of the game, like the type of gameplay it's gonna be. I know the videos help. I feel like there could be some really good like marketing copy though. And maybe over on Steam it might have more. Yeah, see, like I think a lot of this info should be over on that other page. Which is, you know, sorry, not to criticize. Granite Large, if you're trolling, this is not the place. Actually, you've been following since April 23rd. You probably know better. Yeah, so Granite Large, this is your only warning. Be someone worth talking to, or you won't have the privilege of being able to chat here. Oh, it was probably one of the icons. Gotcha. Alright. My bad. We have a chat overlay that has icons in it, and they do sometimes shift up. It did seem like you were trolling a bit. I'm sorry for that. You gotta go? You missed me? Always love my aesthetic? Well, thank you. Besides the double chin, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to make a joke out of it to show that, yeah, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to get offended. I'm not, but thank you. I'm definitely fatter than I should be. I'm working on it, okay? I'm going for a daily walk at least. The whiskey's probably not helping, though. And yeah, what up, Tryon? Java model? No. Thank you, though. Alright. Hold on. Right, remove your lips from my butt cheek. You know. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Thank you for bigging me up there. Your maintenance calories are at like 1.2K? Yeah, I eat like one big meal a day. And I aim around like the 1500 calorie mark. And, you know. Oh, yeah, yeah. Do the worm again, Tryon. Yeah, I want to see like what it looks like with that many of it. Yeah, sorry, I missed it. Just one more try. We do it with like the octopus too. Like it even works with like Primogen's banger. Let me see if I can find that one. Yeah, that's all right. I feel like it's still not perfect, but like Banger works really well. Like there's a good example. Sergeant Pepper has the Neovim one, and like you can see a seam, but it's like really close, you know? So yeah, we have just a little bit of custom CSS in the chat overlay that kind of like glues consecutive emotes, as long as it's only emotes together. So we can do it with like the octopus as well. So yeah, let me just show you. Right? And it ends up looking pretty good. Ooh, so that's the thing though. If you tag someone or do a reply, then it does actually not quite work. Yeah, Twitch adds a bit of space. Yep. Yeah, so here's the big thing, chatting. You know, once you're actually at a level where your calorie intake is like keeping you even, then you gotta like maybe boost your metabolism through exercise, right? Like calories itself won't do it. So maybe just a little more like effort will get you there. But definitely a big one is like I need to cut the whiskey before I can actually like end up cutting calories, because the whiskey really just adds up. Which is why I'm doing whiskey and water instead of whiskey and lemonade right now. The whiskey right now is Knob Creek. No, no, no. So it's a bourbon. So you typically don't find peated bourbon. The only thing you might find in bourbons is that they end up being a little more like there's some that are more corn heavy than others, and that corn flavor can be a bit Scotch-like. That's what makes a lot of Japanese whiskeys taste a bit like Scotch, because they have a bit more corn. The smokiness is the peaty flavor that he was talking about. But even Japanese whiskeys taste a bit like Scotch because of the corn like ratio. Did someone say corn ratio? Hey, what's up, Clearly Cody? How you doing? Yeah, reducing consumption would help more. I'd be careful about the 0-calorie stuff. There is a percentage of sucralose that never leaves your body, right? The amount you consume doesn't get peed out. It's got to go somewhere. I worry about where that is. Because if your body can't metabolize it, but it's still getting attached to fat, then you're stuck with that fat forever. theoretically. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I have not looked it up or verified. I do know at least some study has found that not all sucralose you consume gets evacuated pee-wise. Maybe it goes in, out the other end over there, or maybe you sweat it out. I don't know any of that for sure. But at least the study I saw looked at what you pee out, and it wasn't everything you took in. So perspiration might be a big part of it. I don't know. Maybe it goes into like your keratin and nails and stuff. I don't know. Nightlife in Redmond? There's basically no nightlife in Redmond. Seattle barely has a nightlife. Seattle's nightlife is pretty bad. Yeah, that's the hardest part. Like, Big Sugar really messes with everything. Right? So it's really hard. Like, maybe the study I'm talking about was also a Big Sugar thing. I don't know. What's a nightlife? You live in a town of 1,000? Let me put it this way. I haven't evaluated the nightlife here in Redmond. I haven't been to a single bar here in Redmond. I have gone out to at least some of the restaurants and stuff. They're okay. I will point out, if you like Indian food, I've heard people say that Kanishka, I think is the name of it, over here in Redmond, is the best Indian food in the Seattle area. Like, I've heard people say that. And it kind of makes sense because Microsoft is just right there. Right? Like, Microsoft is just, like, seriously, like a half mile away, And yeah, I got gaming streams, so I don't have a need to go out a lot. In Seattle, there are some places that do go late. They got karaoke, things like that, that end up being kind of fun. Like, pretty good. There's a bar when I go out to Seattle JS that I like to kind of, like, close down and, like, wind down. I really like a bar where, like, the bartenders, like, they might not know my name. They will eventually. But it's more like they recognize me enough that now they're hooking me up. The door guys recognize me. Like, I don't know. I really like that kind of bar where you walk in and, like, you're at least a familiar face. I used to do that with Belltown Pizza. Where, like, yeah, the bartenders knew my name. Yeah, exactly. Right? It's definitely like a Cheers reference where everybody knows your name. Exactly. It's actually kind of a nice feeling, right? When you're kind of like just someone who stays at home all the time, like I do. So yeah, I really do enjoy a bar where you start to feel like a bit of a regular. I only go to this one bar once a month, and the fact that they're still, like, remembering me is really cool. It's also a thing where, like, I've seen some of these bartenders at other bars in the area too. Like, I know one who bartends at, like, Numos or, like, the bar next to it, Barboza, and, like, they're actually, like, the bartender I've seen the most at this, like, karaoke spot. So I don't know. There are places. I don't think there's anything here in Redmond that probably goes to, like, 2 a.m. on a Friday or Saturday night, and definitely wouldn't be open till 2 a.m. on, like, a Wednesday. So yeah, I would say the nightlife in Redmond is meh. But Redmond is right on 520, so you can take 520 and be in Seattle, depending on time of day, within 20 minutes to an hour. And driving back, it's 20 minutes and the road's empty. So that is kind of nice about it. And eventually there will be the light rail connecting Bellevue, and technically Redmond to Bellevue is already open, I think. But then Bellevue to Seattle is going to be a thing within the next X amount of years. Ooh, so that's the tough part though, Tryon. Bartenders only make bank if they're only working the good busy nights. If they're working a dead night, they're making minimum wage. For the most part. Bartenders make more than servers typically. But there's only so many people that can bartend at a bar, whereas you're going to have more servers to make up for it, right? So it becomes pretty cutthroat to bartend at like the places where you make bank. And then otherwise, you're making good money, but it's not software dev money. Even the bartenders that bartend at like the good bars aren't making software dev money. Because there's only so many nights a week that you can work, right? Like where you're actually going to make good money. So clearly, Cody, that's a great point. Yeah, like I know people that bartend at like the really expensive hotels and stuff like that, and they can make a lot on a really good night, but that's 2 days a week, you know. So your hourly wage is great, but your yearly salary is going to be shit, just because you're not putting in 40 hours of bartending the peak times per week, you know. And same thing goes with serving food, like all that stuff. Yeah, you need to be a bartender at multiple places, but there's only a couple nights a week that are going to bring in that kind of money. So yeah, bartending is good if you can treat it as a part-time job and you're good at it. But again, there's only so many jobs in a city that can do that. You have a much higher chance of getting a software dev job that pays as much or more per year. And yeah, hold on, let me read this. So, 8, you saw a study that linked glucose metabolism with gene damage in cells. Usually the antioxidants would keep up, but if you eat too much refined carbs, the DNA molecules start to take damage, which can cause cancer. Okay, so lower your carb intake. I think that's like pretty standard, like pretty commonly prescribed. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Strain. Has Lana started doing like voice actor stuff yet? Anyone still here from the raid? Because I want to throw my hat in the ring. I'll do free voice acting. I can do some voices. Now, it's hard to do them on command in front of people, right? It's more of a thing where, like, you got to pretend no one's around because it's, I don't know, it's weird. It's like singing almost. You get self-conscious. But over on Gaming Stream, I do voices. Anyone that was in Gaming Stream last night, how was my pirate voice? Pretty solid, right? I wasn't playing a pirate game. We were playing For the King 2, and there was a character that was a pirate. Black Ice the game? No. Yeah, I'm down for some Helldivers, for sure. Yeah, I was actually, like, planning on it. What's your, like, time frame, though, Space Case? Because I do know you like to get to sleep somewhat early. You know, you're, like, 3 hours separated or something like that. Super duper GC. Oh yeah, no. We all tried to do the lady voices, and I'm terrible at a lady voice. So yeah, we all basically like take turns voicing the characters in that game, like me, James, and Worm, and like none of us do a lady voice that well. So someone's got to do them, though, because I feel like it adds to the ambiance of the game, right? Just, like, voicing the characters instead of forcing the viewer to, like, actually like look and read. It all, pretty much every time, starts to sound like, if you've ever seen the IT Crowd, there's the episode where they play D&D, and Moss does the voice. Hello, Doc Harden. Right? So then, like, every single one we do sounds basically like that. That's Ruddy Mysterious. Yes. Like, dude, yeah. It's a really solid episode. I'm disabled. Yeah. He does it with, like, the Irish voice. Yeah. Go away. I'm disabled. For sure. Yeah. I like IT Crowd. Yeah. It's a great show. Despite Graham Linehan not being that great anymore. Monty Python cawing woman voice? I think I did a little bit of that one yesterday. Or tried. Where it's like more like gritty, like, well, who did that? Type stuff, right? C Parks Fire Company t-shirt. That's solid. A fire at a C Parks? It just raises a lot of questions. I can reach some low pitches without cracking my voice. It's the high ones that you typically crack on, right? All right, hold on. Here's me throwing my head into the ring. We'll do, like, you know, as a voice actor, aspiring voice actor. I'll try and read the description here as a pirate. Strain is a story-driven survival game taking place in a neon apocalypse. Stuck within the city walls, you must scavenge your resources, craft, cook, fight off raiders, and join a faction to work your way through position of power. The fate of the city rests in your hands. Alright, so I messed up along the way there. How'd I do? Right? If she's gonna have a pirate character, I think I'm in. I don't think she's gonna have a pirate character. Whatever, okay? I can do other voices. We have someone on our team named Steve the Pirate? What? You don't know Steve the Pirate? Oi, scurvy! You're hopeless. She should make one just for that voiceover? Yeah. Yeah, I'm into it. I'm sure there will be like a creepy old man in the game at one point, right? In Strain. So like, hold on. Well, I see you've made it to the city. Welcome. Strain is a story-driven survival game taking place in a neon apocalypse. Stuck within the city walls, you must scavenge for resources, craft, cook, fight off raiders, and join a faction to work your way to a position of power. The fate of the city rests in your hands. I am not a DM. I'm thinking I could be a decent DM, though, for sure. I've actually, like, told some people that do DM that I'd be happy to, like, jump in and do NPC voices for them to, like, help lift the load. For anyone's unaware, that voice I just did is the voice I'm playing as the Dark Urge in Baldur's Gate 3 on the Evil playthrough. His name's Herbert. Yeah, for sure. That one I've practiced more, and I think it's also like, I don't know how to do a proper pirate voice. I'm not a pirate. Khajiit has wares? Oh wait, hold on. That wasn't Khajiit. Yeah. Khajiit has wares as the line, but I tried to do it as the Argonian. All right, hold on. So here's another one. I'm going to do the description one more time as like the fake radio announcer voice. Strain's a story-driven survival game taking place in a neon apocalypse. Stuck within the city walls, you must scavenge for resources, craft, cook, fight off raiders, and join a faction to work your way to a position of power. The fate of the city rests in your hands. Right? I guarantee there will be a character in Strain that needs that voice, right? Damn right, that's the creepiest one. You know for a fact there's going to be a post-apocalyptic happy radio guy. Right? Because it's so unnerving, right? It's like out of place that you know you're about to be murdered. Right? If you're in a post-apocalyptic setting and someone's talking to you like that, yeah, they're the bad guy. Like, duh. But yeah, see? I just need to get a bunch of these voices onto, like, a hire me, like, website at one point, and we'd be good to go. Oh man, I wanted to make a reference to Fallout, the TV show, so bad, but no spoilers. It's really good. If you haven't had a chance to watch it, I recommend it. When you eventually do get a chance to watch it, you're going to really like it. Yeah. I don't even think it's that big of one, but still, like, you know, any spoiler is a spoiler. Even if you don't think it's big, it spoils it for someone. So, we'll just avoid it. Would I recommend it even if you've never played the games? Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, it's a vibe. What you're gonna, if you've never played the games, you're gonna actually watch the show and you're gonna want to play the game. I guarantee it. So yeah, we didn't see Lana actually like chat or anything like that. What was Lana working on today? I just saw the title of Hustling. What was the hustling? I'm really curious about that. For anyone that's still here. She was making assets. Okay. Oh, I get it. All right, all right, all right. That was the hustling aspect of it. Okay, she's trying to make enough money to support the development of Strain. I get it. Okay. Right? And like look at all the assets she's got, like, yeah, like cycling and changing in the trailer. Okay. No, I really like that. That's awesome. As I actually did 2 or 3 trimesters, that's what we did instead of semesters, in school, doing 3D modeling. I really think that is like Lana's strongest like skill for game dev. The modeling stuff, right? She's really good at it. Right? Like I have a little bit of experience. I never did anything this good. So yeah, like I think that is her like strongest skill. The other stuff's great, but like man, yeah, she kills it. Totally different, some low poly stuff. That's fine. Like the fact that she can have multiple different art styles is even crazier. Like that's really cool. Right? Like you have to get good before you even have your own style at all. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, like the trailer, the teaser, right? Like this scene. Really good. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, we can get back to what we're doing. All right. So let me explain what we're doing to people joining from the raid. We are trying to create a good blog post and also trying to understand our hashing algorithm in a better way. And what I ended up doing is I have a custom hashing algorithm, which is very naive, right? Like, oh man, this part, we should definitely switch this back. It's incredibly naive, but it gave us some decent results. We wanted to make sure that it's actually good, and we wanted to make a blog post about comparing it to existing hashing algorithms. The key thing to remember is this is not password hashing, though. And what's up, Drip Freddy? How you doing, Mr. Sir? This is not password hashing. This is non-cryptographic hashing. So we actually want collisions. What we want to do is get people within a 0 to 100 value to determine if they are part of a gradual release. So I've got my really naive function that I wrote ages ago that ends up being pretty damn good. We have another one that is incredibly similar from Graham the Dev that uses some famous magic strings, or magic numbers. So this number, and even this number, they have roots in programming dating back like 50 years. But during some of our testing, this function does really well with string-based hashing, but it actually breaks and looks terrible with number-based hashing. But I need to rerun some of our scripts here before I can actually like show you the results. We've got another one called FNV, which is the Wikipedia we were just on. Fowler Vol No, or Fowler Null Vo. And I have one that I've written based upon what they were doing and etc. But then there's also from Growthbook, which is another feature flag tool. They have their own like hash FNV32A function. Right? And technically, they don't need the fidelity of 64-bit because, again, we're okay with collisions. So, yeah, their function's really good, and it's MIT licensed, so I could just copy and paste it and just link out to where we got it from and call it good. But we also want to just make sure, like, well, technically, they're not doing it exactly right. They're not using FNV32 prime at all. Unless that's what this is doing and I just wasn't aware. But I don't think it is. So they've actually done their own hashing algorithm at this point. All of this is in service to a blog post that I want to write that I think is going to be pretty interesting, in which I end up needing some good graphing data. And let's actually show you what those graphs look like. All right, and while this runs, I do have to go use the restroom, so just give me a second. I'll be right back. And then we'll show off the graph of these things. Okay, there we go. Just use the restroom. So now that ran, our graph over here should have updated. And we can see that for some reason, the gram hash has a terrible distribution when dealing with number values. We see that the custom hash also has a terrible distribution, right? 75% of the values are less than 57. That's massively wrong. So when hashing numbers, my custom hash is broken. When we go and look at some of these others, we see DJB2 also broken in the same way that the gram hash is, which I find interesting. And then we see some of the other more common ones like SHA-1 or VIF, etc. Oh. Let me just fix that. Over here in FNV, we have this times 100 times 100. I don't think we need that anymore. So that broke some things. And actually, our FNV here is negative, but it ends up looking like it's a decent distribution there. And we just need to maybe... Yeah, we just need to actually do an absolute value of that. I don't expect it to actually perform that well because we're adding a math.absolute to it. But if it gets run often enough, then it might be fine because of the just-in-time compiler. All right, so let's look at the top, right? DJB and Gram Hash are broken. Custom is still broken as well. We get these other two that are better, and that's for number values. When we go and look at string values, we see that my FNV1A is now fixed. So the big problem we had is that I was using 64 instead of 32. And due to JavaScript not supporting any numbers bigger than 64-bit, I think that's the problem we ran into, where it was just completely breaking and giving us only one thing because we were truncating values as we did some math. Oh, I mean, you know what? Because I want to celebrate the Lana raid, here you go. Bam, free beanieless. That way you don't need to save up your channel points. Instead, you can spend your channel points on making me go through my tabs if you want. So there you go, right? Look at me. Look at me. I'm balding. I'm balding. I got it on both sides of the family. There's no avoiding it. However, I don't want to like deal with it or think about it, and I don't want to shave my head as often as most people who have to shave their head. So instead, I can just let it grow out for 6 months at a time, and it'll look terrible, and I can just throw a beanie on. Hey, no big deal. The Baldwins are dead! I didn't do the voice right. Shit. That was supposed to be Mr. Garrison. I totally messed up the Mr. Garrison. The Baldwins are dead? Oh, see, I'm lucky. I can't even grow facial hair. I don't know if that's lucky, but normally people start going bald and their beards get thicker. I haven't put the shaver to this, like, to my cheeks. Months. Months. I just don't have to. It grows in right here, and right here. And that's it. All white trashy like that. I'll never have sideburns. I do regret that. Just a little bit. But I don't care about my hair enough to do, like, you know, the fly to turkey thing. No, I'm good. No, thank you. I am a bit vain. I'm not that vain. You shed a lot? Yeah. No, I'm actually stoked. I fucking hate shaving. Oh, it's the worst. Ugh. Alright, you can tell I didn't do it today, right? I think I didn't do it yesterday either. I hate it. Something I gotta do every day? I'm way too lazy for that. I'm lucky if I brush my teeth every day. Every day? Ugh. All the sailors okay? Are you making a reference to my pirate voice earlier? Exactly, chaotic. Whoops. Yeah. I thought that's what the cleaning at the dentist was for. Could you imagine being rich enough to just go get a cleaning at the dentist like once a week? Couple times a week? Oh, that'd be pretty cool actually, to be that rich. Yeah, I just go to the dentist 3 times a week. Fuck it. Right? I can't be asked to remember to brush my teeth. Ugh. Imagine just marrying a dentist? Chair in the spare den? Yeah, I don't actually picture that relationship lasting. Cuz most dentists actually, like, they have one of the highest mortality rates of most professions because they feel like people don't give a shit about what they do. Could you imagine putting your wife through that? Or husband, sorry. That chair is not used for dentistry work. Touche. 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 Right? It would get used a bunch of times a week. For dentistry work, maybe once. That's a different kind of flossing, though. It's just a gaming chair in disguise. All right. We'll take it. All right, so FNV1A there. I'm surprised we don't see... Let me double check this. Oh, the chair that belongs to oh shit, what is the character's name? JP. Yeah, for sure. Oh, I was knocking. I don't think you could hear me because of the music. It was a bit loud. Does it scare you? No. I just don't like techno. Wait, really? He had like 6 big ass monitors, didn't he? He's sitting there programming. Like he's making sounds while he programs. Dude. That's the part that you ended up doing. You ended up doing the sound effects, didn't you? I think you're 50% of the way there at that point. Yeah, exactly, right? You get that and 6 monitors, and you got a passing grade. For sure. All right, cool. Sorry, just doing work stuff. Expanded mesh custom metal? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that does sound expensive. Unless you're a welder yourself, you know? And what's up, Cheyenne? 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 Let me know how to pronounce your name right. I will. Appreciate you hanging out. So yeah, what are you up to? And let me know how to pronounce your name better. Is it Cheyenne? Or is there, like, you know, if you can spell it, like, phonetically, I can try and, like, pronounce it better for you? Because it's your name, right? I should pronounce it how you want it. But cheers. Welcome. Yeah, we're sitting here fiddling with and trying to understand our hashing algorithms. I am so surprised that the FNV1A is slower for numbers now, just due to the way I'm doing it. Because we have multiple versions of the FNV1A algorithm. We have one that I wrote ages ago. Here we see the growth book version, which was actually really fast for numbers, and then not quite as fast for strings. Whereas here we can see that it ends up performing like admirably for strings. What I find extremely interesting here is that for strings, especially like randomly generated strings, my custom algorithm is solid. but it breaks down for numbers. So if you're passing like numeric IDs that increment like 0 to 1000, you're not going to get a great distribution here. Whereas we don't see the FNV1A here, but we probably should. The other algorithms do better at that when hashing numbers. So I find that interesting, and we want to start thinking about how we want to graph these things and technically what algorithm I actually want to pick. And I'm actually really proud of this tweet. And hold on, yeah, let me look at what you just pasted there. 1 second. Okay. So it's paused. Those things in the back you could probably do cheaper. I don't think it needs to be like full on metal. I bet you could do it with like cheaper stuff you could buy from Home Depot. That song though, Window Licker, the part that they're playing there is so good. Like, yeah, really good. In fact, hold on. I'm pretty sure Gunship said, like, you know, they weren't going to collect royalties, etc. So let's play at least a Gunship song that's really good. It does have lyrics, but I'm okay with it. Hold on. Where do I find their music over on the YouTube? Here we go. Ooh, they have a new album out 7 months ago? Ooh. Okay, hold on. So it's off this album. The name of the song is Shadow Fury, but we don't want the instrumental. Actually, we could do the instrumental. Let's just do Shadow Fury the official, because it's a good song. There's a part that is the bridge of the song that is really good. Hold on, that wasn't it. The bridge is coming up soon, though. Yeah, we're like a minute away. And if you're not aware what a bridge of a song is, it's pretty much like the part where a band typically introduces a key change or... Ooh, here it is. This is the bridge. That part's so good, isn't it? And then they're back to like the chorus or whatever. This might actually be still part of the bridge, technically. Right? In many songs, the bridge is what they build up to. It's like the pinnacle of the song, right? And it'll typically introduce either a key change or a timing change. Now, the tempo is going to stay the same, but the timing might change. So that one, the timing actually slowed down, right? They like half-timed it. In Tool songs like Lateralis, the bridge is that part where it like kicks into like the bass line going like wow, wow, and it's like a halftime. Like, oh, the bridge is usually the best part of the song, but sometimes, especially with pop, no, they actually aim for the chorus to be the best part of the song because that's like the hook or whatever. But yeah, the bridge is a unique part of the song typically. Hold on. Damn it. I wanted to play one more song by them because they allow it. The music video for this one is really good. Hold on, I'll just have to type it in. The music video for this one's amazing. Let me just give you the link right now. That way you can maybe like kind of watch along with us. Hold on, wrong place. And yeah, so recently you learned about the math behind music from a YouTube short. Yeah, time signatures are incredibly important, for sure. And Tool is actually kind of like, I don't know if they're famous for it, but they're one of the #1 bands that will actually like polyrhythm, where you might have like a guitar riff going at like, a certain like time signature, and then you'll have like the bass line actually play along to the same tempo of that like guitar riff, but they don't actually like line up with when they start and stop. So then eventually after like 3 or 4 bars, they might actually like resynchronize and start again of their like loop. Tool is really good at that like polyrhythm, like composing, etc. And the part in Lateralis I was talking about is specifically like one of the best like polyrhythms they've done. That bass line is not matching up to the exact like timing the guitar riff and the drums are doing, right? It's like, it's really good. And one way to think about it is, let's say you have a drum beat that's doing like a 3/4. That means they're doing like a 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. And you might have a bass line that's going on a 4/4. Instead, that's 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. They always like sync up at the end of the bar, but the beats aren't going to exactly match, and it actually forms this like flow, this like beautiful. right? The tempo's the same as far as like beats per minute go and like what they're trying to do. But like, yeah, like the actual notes they're playing don't sync up until like certain points within the timeline, just based on math. Exactly. Yeah, polyrhythms are really cool. Like it's a very like there's a lot of like math rock out there, right? Like, you know, like metal, but there's no singing and they're all about just like polyrhythm stuff, like the math of like syncing these things together. Cuz you get into like really crazy time signatures of like 5/12 and blah blah blah. I've never been able to play any 5/12 rhythm on a guitar, bass, or drums. That shit breaks my brain. But I still like the idea that people are doing it, you know? So yeah, if you're not aware, there's a genre called math rock that, or math metal maybe. I've something like that, where they really like focus on making these like polyrhythms as complex as they possibly can. And it's just math at that point, right? Just like, you know, ratios and you know, fractions. Instrumental progressive metal. Yeah, I've still heard like math rock. Yeah, like prog rock, prog metal, prog whatever. Like progressive stuff actually does really focus on doing a lot of that, like different song structures, etc. If you've like looked at like pop over time, pop is becoming more just like homogenous over time. Do I ever stop streaming? I stream 5 days a week, typically 5 or 6 hours at a time. And then I got gaming stream. If you like I don't like it, but at the end of the year when Twitch does their like recap, it typically shows this stream with like 2,500 stream hours. And then over on gaming stream, we see it easily at like 2,500 to 3,000. So, do I stop streaming? The answer is no. Like, I stream way too much. And I fucking love it. It's the best. But yeah, how you doing, Andrew.dev? This is Andrew McLean, right? Okay, just double checking. And I'm sorry to you know, dox you, just in case. Like, I don't know if you were trying to, like, maintain a separation or anything. I was just trying to, like, you know, connect the dots. Okay, perfect. But yeah, I stream 5 days a week, you know. So, maybe you're curious about where we got with this. We discovered that my DJB2 hashing algorithm, I mess something up when we deal with numbers. Gram hash also messes up when we deal with numbers. My hashing algorithm actually is not evenly distributed when we deal with numbers, but like SHA-1 is. And there's another one called FNV1A, which is actually what, not quite. It's close to what Growthbook is doing, because we actually pulled up their source code, because it's MIT licensed. And technically, they're really close, but their FNV32A function is not using the prime number. So this is still like their own custom thing. But maybe the prime is represented by the numbers that they're manipulating here. And I know less about bit shifting to know if that's true or not. But at the end of the day, if it's MIT licensed, all I got to do is shout it out and I could use their hashing algorithm. And it ends up being really good, but it's maybe not quite as like fast as some others at certain things. For numbers, it's really good. For strings, it's not quite as fast as the other ones we have, which I thought was really interesting. Every melody has been copyrighted. I have heard something like that. Right? Like, there's 13 notes, technically, with how, like, you know, Western music is made, right? There's only 13 notes. The amount of those notes and their sequencing over X amount of beats, that is purely quantifiable, right? It is not limitless. So at that point, yeah, you know, every melody's been created. But does it mean that every song has been created? No, because songs are more than just their melody. Which I think is, like, truly, like, interesting and impactful. In the same way that every single plot line that is possibly capable, right, for like a film has been quantified as well. Because there's only so many ways you can like slice the 3-act structure to make a watchable film. So yeah, there's only so many like plot structures you can do in modern filmmaking that is actually watchable still. I think we've all watched movies that don't hold up. Right? Like, we've all watched movies where, like, the pacing just doesn't hold up. I love the movie Real Genius. It has major pacing issues because they got too many, like, montages. That's not even, like, the 3-act structure at fault. It's actually the filmmaking structure where the film's, like, plot follows a 3-act structure, but the filmmaking itself introduced too many, like, montages, which actually makes the film seem longer and you lose interest quicker. There's definitely some like number or like formula for how much time you can spend in montage before like the film is unwatchable. So I find that stuff really interesting. But as far as just general plot structure goes, boy meets girl, boy and girl fall in love, boy and girl break up, boy and girl get back together. That's like the type of structure we're talking about. And, you know, it doesn't have to be boy and girl. Keep that in mind. But, like, the two main characters do that. That is one, like, plot structure. All of that stuff is actually quantifiable within, like, the bounds of watchable film. And that's where it gets, like, really crazy to recognize that who cares if that plot structure has been used before? The dialogue, the characters, the things about society that they're making commentary about, all those things change over time. So even if you're reusing a plot structure that's already been done, you're doing other stuff that makes it unique. And that's where, like, you know, this whole thing about music and only so many melodies. You know, it's interesting. Does it actually change that, you know, like, should you make music anymore because it's all been made? Fuck yeah, you should make music. So yeah, I think that's interesting to me. I have not heard this Gunship song. I quite like it. It's a little heavy though, so we're gonna switch back to like the chiller synthwave. I like how it's like they're adding characters to like a drone racing league, and they're using like action figures for the video. Let me make sure I give you the link. The music video is awesome. Awesome. I like how Predator was flying an X-Wing. That's even better. I'm like, dude, it's good. That was a good music video. Hell yeah. We'll do it live. Yeah, how you doing? For sure. So yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you're having a good day. And yeah, I love streaming, Andrew. Like, I really do. I get to hang out with all y'all. We get to chill. I get to drink some whiskey, and I get to work on fun side projects. What more could someone want? Yeah, it's really good. I enjoy it. Ooh, and I wanted to point out one thing. I don't know if you're aware of this, but it is incredibly misleading what Twitter does with, like, the viewer numbers. When you see, like, views on Twitter, it's only the amount of people that have stopped in and may have left already. So I know you were shouting out, like, oh, 200 people. Yeah, Twitter lies about their numbers, basically. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you know. Twitch does the same thing with VODs, right? So we have 98 viewers here right now, which is awesome. That's huge. That's better than my average. Absolutely. But when we go look at the VODs, like, views later, it's going to be between, like, 1 and 2K. I never had 1 and 2K people here on stream, like, at one time. But I do stream for long enough that people come and go as their schedule allows, etc. Oh, no, yeah, it was at, like, 300 something when Lana raided us, right? The raid is really what's boosted our numbers for today, for sure. So, Lana Lux, awesome streamer, awesome game maker. For anyone here that might have jumped in, if I could spell Lana.Lux? Why am I not seeing that? Stream? There it is. Lux.games. That's it. No, it's fine. Yeah, so Lana Lux rated us. I feel like I should at least shout it out again, just because. She's making a game. She was doing some cool stuff today about, like, making assets to help fund the game development more, which is awesome. But, yeah, I would say Lana's awesome. Everyone here should wishlist the game on Steam. That'd be really cool. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Twitch, Andrew, like, basically raids are the biggest way of just, like, building community. Even if you're a small streamer, raiding into another streamer helps introduce you to them, and they'll raid back. Like, there's, like, just a massive, like, everyone scratches each other's backs kind of thing. So if you're someone that doesn't raid other streamers, you're shooting yourself in the foot Twitch stream-wise. Especially, like, mostly here in this category, in software and game dev. Yeah, it's really good in software and game dev. One of my favorite things to see is when someone raids into a stream, and then through just, like, the chain makes it back to their stream. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's really cool. Like, I've caught like, someone has raided me in the morning, and I'll go long enough that I can actually end up raiding them again when they start. That's happened a few times, and I really like that. Battlesnake. Ooh, I feel like I remember Battlesnake. Maybe not the Twitch stream. No, I feel like I remember this. Hold on. Let me see it. Yeah, and it was like a programming thing. No, that was super cool. Were you a part of that? Yeah, and is that why you're at DevCycle now? Just due to the acquisition? That's super cool, man. Oh, I love that. That's a bit of lore that I don't think a lot of people would be aware of. That's really cool, man. Legit. Did they acquire it just for like the dev talent, or do they still do anything with it? And, you know, if I'm asking questions that go over the line, feel free to say, you know, whatever. It's all community-led now? Okay. Dude, super cool. Yeah, I definitely remember hearing and, like... So, I don't know if you remember, like, Adam Learns Live. His name used to be Adam13531. He was making a programming-based game as well called Botland. Yeah, dude, he's the best. He's so cool. He's so humble and, like, just legit. He streams under a different channel now. I'm not sure if you're aware that he does, but yeah, hold on. For everyone out there, Adam Learns Live. He's great. He's really good. I do know that at one point, DevCycle reached out to me for, like, sponsored stream stuff. I feel like, just due to, like, the conflict of interest, I might have been like, yeah, I don't know, I'm making my own feature flag thing. I'm not sure if it's a good fit. You do watch him. All right, perfect. Yeah. But I would say, like, I know DevCycle does reach out to streamers. I know Rox Codes did that, like, game show or whatever over a year ago, right? For sure. I'd say Adam Learns Live would be a really good person to reach out to at some point. Just in case. You know, just as a thought. You guys do your own thing, of course, but just throwing it out there. He has such, like, a wholesome community, right? Like, you know, I drink the whiskey, so I'm definitely not necessarily at the top of people's lists for sponsored content. I don't drink the whiskey while I do the sponsored content. I've done some stuff for, like, Microsoft, etc. But, yeah. No, Learn with Jason. Yeah, Jason Langsdorff is great. Did you guys just do the most recent one he did? Yeah, hold on, let me look. Did you guys sponsor the most recent one? Where he had, like, a few people in there? Oh, that's you! Oh, shit! Oh! Hey, that's awesome! There's Jason! Yeah, sick! The eyeliner! Is that Sarah Drasner? Oh, and hold on. Yeah, no worries. You can do links. I can read it still, though. There's DevRel from Akamai, Fly.io, and a ton of others. Yeah. I think Sarah Drasner works for Google now, but she might not have at the time of that video. I don't know for sure. That's awesome, though. Yeah, that's legit. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, it's... What actually blows my mind the most is how much of a small world DevRel actually is. It's one of my favorite things about going to some of these conferences. Like, you know, I'll be going to... I'll probably be at Render ATL. Just because, like, Influencer Pass, like, I'm just, like, making posts about it. But, like, just the people I got to meet and chat with, like, last year at Chain React was awesome. right? Like Mike Hardington, like such a dude. Yeah, like I don't know. I love the fact that it's such a cool small community. I really enjoy it. Yeah, it's like a very cool club. You know, I got to chat with the dude that does Million. I'm forgetting his name right now. Million.dev, right? He was at Chain React too. Like, yeah, it's just small world stuff, and it's something I really like about how DevRel and Dev in general is such a small world, and it reminds me of like snowboarding. So I come from like the snowboard world, where I ended up getting free gear, but I got to hang out with like pro snowboarders just because small world, and yeah, it's just so cool. Like the people you meet, you're gonna keep seeing them around. It is such a small world, right? They might be famous to you, right? The famous snowboarders, etc. Yep, Graham the Dev, absolutely. Yeah, he's great. But like nobody knows who the anyone besides Sean White is outside of snowboarding. So there's like small niche communities have their superstars. People outside the communities don't know who those superstars are. And it's the same thing with Dev and even like DevRel in general, you know? I actually like the small world aspect of a lot of these things. It's one of my favorite things. Oh, really? You're recording a short? And he's like, I know you. Really? That is so cool. Dude, that's awesome. That is really awesome. Yeah, another one of my favorite small world things, not quite DevRel, but like Twitch is, I was at TwitchCon, I'm hanging out, I'm walking down the street, and rolling up behind me is Nate Codes. And he just spotted the beanie. And he's like, are you CM Griffing? What? Yeah, totally. Because even at TwitchCon, the software and game dev category is very small and niche, right? So yeah, it's just, I love the small world aspect of so many things. It's really cool. Yeah, Nate's great. Super cool dude. I've gotten to hang out with the Primogen before. Like, that's the best. And he's just a dude. He's just a regular guy because he's also very familiar with just the small world aspect of things. Like, he might be big in dev. I still go to meetups and mention the Primogen, and there's devs that don't know who I'm talking about, right? It happens. And he's like the biggest name I can think of. In dev, at least. So yeah, like, I don't know. I love this stuff. Oh, but that's just how you met him. So he didn't know you specifically, but he saw what you were doing. He's like, you're DevRel. Yeah, you're DevRel. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, I need to get my passport so I can go out to like international conferences. I keep slacking on that part. Anyone know how long like a notarized document lasts? If mine expired, I gotta go pay for another. Just because I definitely dropped the ball. I need to get my passport. I know it's easy. I need to get my birth certificate first because I'm pretty sure I lost that too. So that's the thing, Tryon. I need to get my birth certificate first. That means I need to send a thing to California to get my birth certificate. And that's the thing I needed, the notary, like, signing thing. Which means if it's a Washington notary, then we're good to go, right? But I was born in California. So to get that birth certificate, it's got to, like, you know, send back to me. So we'll see. If they complain, they complain. And then after I get my birth certificate, then I can do the passport thing. So it's a set of steps. Now, hold up. I might need to go grab some more water. Yeah, I can't be sipping on way too potent water and whiskey. So I need to go pour some more water. It'll take me, like, a minute. And what up, Cram Codes? How you doing? Hold on, let me read Tryon's comment. You had a passport since you were 6 months old, so you don't know the struggles. Yeah, I've never had a passport. Nope. I've only ever traveled out of the country to Vancouver, Canada, because when I did it, it was before 9/11, and that border was pretty lax. So yeah, I wouldn't mind traveling a bit. We'll see, we'll see. But let me go pour some more water. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Canada doesn't count. I get it. I get it. But give me a second. I gotta go pee. BRB. Okay, I am back. And yeah, what's up, Cram Codes? Mr. Sir. They took all 10 fingerprints and a family history. Huh. Okay. That's back when you were like a baby, right? Here in the US, they have a thing called Real ID, because they're supposed to be more counterfeit proof. Is the Real ID like, hold on. Could I use a Real ID to travel internationally? So do I need that instead of a passport, or is passport still acceptable? They just make it harder and harder, don't they? Oh, you still have to have the passport. Okay. Is the Real ID for going from, like, Washington to Canada? Oh, yeah. So here in Washington, there was like a special ID, and maybe that's real ID. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, you used to be able to get like I forget the name they had for it, but a driver's license that could get you into Canada. Nowadays, I think you need the passport anyway still, but I'm not sure. Actually, hold on. Let's keep FNV still open. So yeah, I find it strange that FNV here this is the growth book version, isn't using the prime number. Now my version ends up being a bit slower. Man, tab 9. It's getting like better and better as it learns like the patterns in my typing. All right, so for the most part, let's get rid of that. Just to see if maybe like the for each was getting us a little bit there. The fact that we still need the math.absolute is kind of a bummer. And I'm so curious about how we're getting negative values from this even. Because we shouldn't. But let's try and rerun it and see what the results end up being. I am blown away by the fact that like the FNV 64 was our problem. I was like, yeah, we're in JavaScript, 64-bit float, like no big deal. But it turns out we were going beyond maximum number stuff and values were being truncated. So by switching to an FNV 32, we're good to go. So that's definitely going to make it into the blog post. And I almost feel like this could be a fun... This could be a fun conference or meetup talk, too. Just going through, like, the methodology and, the like, what we did here to, like, discover things about what we were doing and what we did wrong. I've already done a couple proposals to JS Nation and React Summit for the US-based versions. I want to hedge my bets and submit a couple more to each one of them so that I hopefully get accepted to both. Even if it's pre-recorded, I can still go hang out and party, right? So yeah, our values should have been rerun, and let's look at them. So yeah, my custom, not great. MD5, based upon that run, ended up being kind of quick. When we do it on strings, DJB2, pretty good. So yeah, FNV1A. Yeah, when we're hashing strings like nano ID or UUID based strings, we're good to go. The problem is when we're hashing numbers. And at the moment, we're not seeing like the top 10. We're only seeing the top 5. So instead, let's go fiddle with that a little bit. And instead of 5,000, let's make it 10,000. That way we get the top 10. I think something went wrong. We're going to rerun it. I think gram hash has been consistently the fastest, and maybe I just messed something up. I don't know what. There it is. All right. This is more of what I was expecting, right? Gram hash and DJB have been consistently faster than other things, but when hashing numbers, their spread is not good, right? We want the red to actually encompass the entire range, and we want the blue to encompass a reasonable distribution from 50% out to the 25 and 75, right? And that's where we see that for numbers, my custom hashing algorithm actually falls down. It doesn't even go up to the full 100 over 1,000 iterations, and it doesn't even go down to 0. For what we're doing, that, like, the 2% there might not be an issue, but the fact that our 50%, like, median is at 41, that's also a major problem. So then we look at FNV1A. Dead on balls accurate with the mean. The 25 is like 1% off. The 75% is real close. The 50 is real close. Like, so yeah, FNV1A. For numbers, absolutely. When we look at it for strings, we see FNV1A as well. I almost want to add Growthbook's FNV1A and compare them because, like, as we saw, FNV1A requires the use, hold on, let me get to the right file, requires the use of 2 magic numbers. Those 2 magic numbers are the offset basis and the prime value. And that prime value is used for multiplying the total by that prime and then doing some other magic with it. And this is most likely where the 64-bit was running into truncation, right? So if we do only 32-bit numbers, we have enough headroom to handle squaring and multiplying by large numbers. Whereas instead, at 64-bit, we were getting truncated. So that actually makes a lot of sense right now. And I'm wondering if that's actually the problem that gram hash is running into as well, right? multiplying the hash value of adding up all the things together by 9301, and then just, honestly, no, this should not be getting beyond anything. This should not be getting truncated at 64-bit. So for some reason, when doing numbers, gram hash and our implementation of DJB2, they're just no good. Okay. So one more thing I want to look at. When we look at the raw data, we'll actually be able to see a little bit more about, oh shit. No, this is in raw. Hold on. We got to go look at results here. And we can see what the average iteration time was. Here we can see that DJB2 was the fastest. Grams was like within a margin of error of that. My custom one is maybe 10% slower. FNV1A is an order of magnitude slower, right? We only see 2 zeros after the decimal versus 3. When dealing with UUID or string-based hashes, technically a UUID is a number under the hood, but we're hashing the value itself, so it's a string at that point. Let me look at it for a number. When we look at the speed of these things, mine is twice as fast as grams, right? We see 0004, 0008. Then we see 0009, so, you know, DJB is right up there with grams for numbers. Both of them perform poorly with the spread, though. And then when we look at FNV1A, we see an order of magnitude difference, right? 2 zeros versus 3 zeros. At this point, I would say FNV1A, even though it performs slightly worse per iteration, technically an order of magnitude difference, if we really break it down, it's more like 3x, 3 point something x. That performance difference is probably not as important as a good even distribution. So my next step is to get, or to keep my FNV1A, and then add Growthbook's FNV1A, and we check that distribution. And it's not to say that theirs is bad, because they're actually doing their like seed value with a string, like a randomly generated nano ID or something, whereas I'm using a number between 0 and 1. Because I'm doing math to do it, not string stuff with my seed value. They're just hashing your seed as if it was a salt onto the thing that they're trying to hash. Yeah, I think the more and more I do this, the more and more I think it's going to be a pretty decent like lightning talk for conferences, etc. Andrew, if you're still out there, is there a good like feature flag conference? I would guess Open Feature would probably be like the host. Launch Darkly next week. Do they invite other feature flag providers that much, though? I mean, I would assume yes, but they do? Okay, so they're actually really open and cool about that? Damn, all right. Well, I'll have to propose this for next year then. Where is that as well? Hold on, let me look at that. Is that config? Is that the name of it? Launch Darkly config? I've seen some people tweeting about it. Galaxy 2024. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in Seattle. I'm definitely not making it to San Fran for that. Like, there's no way the company I work for would pay for it. And I can only pay for so many out of my pocket. Like, I'll go to React Summit out of my own pocket as long as I can get to go to, like, the speaker dinner type stuff. I'll pay to, like, fly out to render ATL as long as I can get the ticket for free as an influencer kind of stuff. So, yeah, I got to, like, pick and choose the things I pay for out of my pocket. I haven't even asked the company I work for it, but I know that, like, budget's a thing. And if I can't rationalize the value to them about why they should pay for it, there's no way they're going to pay for it. We're a startup, you know? We're like a lean startup. An awesome startup. But yeah, we're still a startup. And like, Vexilla has nothing to do with GitKraken. Like, there's no way GitKraken would pay for me to go to a meetup or to a conference where I'm not presenting about GitKraken. So yeah, definitely, I don't think I can make this one happen. Hold on. Wait. What's the cost of a train ticket? $119 to $125. That's probably like single way. And yeah, Resonant. Yeah, when you say wouldn't invite us, what do you mean by us? Like, who are you from? Sorry. Your name does seem familiar. Did I see you over in the Discord? Growth Book. Okay, cool. Hey, so yeah, Growth Book. I was just looking at your hashing algorithm. I noticed that you guys aren't doing a faithful FNV1A. And yeah, cheers. Yeah, welcome. Happy to have you hanging out. Yeah, the fact that you guys are just doing an FNV1A, hold on, this is like the actual algorithm. Like, you're using their basis number, but I don't see the prime. Is this part doing the prime part? Or is it just like a close enough FNV1A? No, I'm not trying to say, like, you didn't write it. Like, I'm just curious, because that's, like, literally what I'm doing right now. So I'm, like, evaluating my own hashing algorithm, which I determined is not up to snuff, right? Because if we are hashing numbers, my algorithm does not get the right spread. My mean is not at 50, like it should be, right? And, like, the 75% is at 57 and below. Like, yeah, this quantile is wrong. Like, so for numbers, my custom hashing algorithm, garbage. I need to throw it away. I need to do FNV1A. But this is my own, like, personal FNV1A, which is more faithful, technically, than the one that we were seeing that Growthbook uses. So I'd love to hear more, like, of a story about how the Growthbook one was crafted, because I find this stuff, like, really interesting. Like, I plan on shouting out and, like, totally, like, big upping Growthbook. But yeah, this is, like, so much different than the other FNV1A implementations I've seen. One thing that this actually helped me recognize is I was using the wrong basis, though. So if we go to the Wikipedia for FNV1A, right, we can see that there are numbers they recommend, right? So the basis value for 64-bit is pretty high. Then, hold on, if we go to the table, I noticed, and it took me a second to find it, that y'all are using the 32-bit version. And by switching out to the 32-bit numbers, I was actually able to make my personal, like, FNV1A actually behave as I expected. Otherwise, it was broken. So, yeah, like, looking at your guys' code really did help. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Keep in mind, there's, like, a somewhat conflict of interest because I'm building my own feature flagging tool. I think Growthbook is really awesome. I don't know if this is on the record. Keep it off the record. But I've talked with like Theo and his like CTO Mark, and they use Growthbook, and they actually informed me that you guys totally do like the static file based thing that I'm like focusing on too. So if I had known Growthbook was actually doing exactly what I was doing, yeah, I would have just used Growthbook. But I wasn't aware of it years ago when I came up with the idea. So yeah, the static file thing, all right, sure, we overlap there. But I'm also focusing on like being like Git native as well, or like GitOps approach. So again, like we're all on the same team. Feature flagging. Everyone should be doing feature flagging. I will happily promote Growthbook as way more stable than just something I'm hacking together. But yeah, I want to point out there is a slight conflict of interest and stuff like that. I do think the talk I'm doing, though, I'll happily like just submit this to conferences. I don't think I would be able to like make it happen in time for Galaxy though, unless they're like willing. Like, do they have room for a lightning talk or anything? I don't know. I think with the amount of time between now and then, the answer is probably like, nah, we can wait till next year. Yeah, no worries. I'm curious about like why you guys deviated from the core FNV1A. And maybe because I am just not like bit shifting savvy, maybe this is actually doing that part and I just didn't know. When I see like double brackets or triple brackets, my brain nopes the hell out. Like it's nope. I won't understand it and I don't need to. We're good. Like, I'm just being honest here. No, my brain turns off when I start seeing that syntax. But yeah, I'll at least make the blog post and I'll start proposing this talk to various like conferences, etc. And yeah, I'll happily like sing the praises of Growthbook and showcase how this works and all that in like, you know, context of other hashing algorithms, etc. The reason I really like FNV and technically why I made my custom hashing algorithm is because it's easily portable between various languages. If you're building SDKs, who wants to write MD5 from scratch? Nobody. And Lua might not have MD5. So if you want to support Lua as an SDK, have fun. You know? So yeah. Yep. So yeah, Resonant. I feel like I've seen you chatting in here before, and I didn't realize that you were from Growthbook. Maybe not. Maybe I just saw you I don't know, my brain farted a bit. Oh, you were just here yesterday. That was it. Wait, did I yell at you? No. I see. You're right. I don't feel like it was a yell. But I get you. I see what you're saying now. That makes a lot more sense. I didn't know who we meant. I took your comment as, like, out of context because I didn't know who we was. So instead I thought you were talking about, you know, like, password hashing or something. So I don't know if I yelled. You perceived it as yelling, though, so that's on me. That's my fault. For some reason, I thought you were talking about other types of hashing. So yeah, my bad. But now that I see what you're talking about, like, yeah, if we look at it, you've got your version 2 that does the double hash to eliminate the bias. You also modulo by a larger number, which I found a little interesting too. So yeah, sorry about that. I don't know, like, as a Twitch streamer, I'm a little defensive about the out-of-context comments, because I get them a lot. And that's on me. I need to be nicer. My bad. Right? I need to not assume malice. Or at least, like, ignorance. When instead I should be more like inquisitive rather than just declarative. So yeah, my bad. That does make me feel bad. I remember thinking about that yesterday. When I was coming into stream today, I was like, well, maybe I just hashed twice. Because what you said did resonate with me. If it didn't seem like it in the moment, it did resonate with me. There is. Yeah, Andrew, if you're still out there. Like, so Andrew posted the link over in the, like, the Twitter thread that we had. So if you're not in that thread, maybe double check it. But, yeah, Andrew, maybe, like, just PM him? Like, I don't know. Okay, you're in there. Perfect. Yeah, so we do have the Feature Wand Discord. And I'm over there, too. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, just check that thread. And I really like everyone for being just like, yeah, different companies, same team, though. If everyone was using feature flags, so many things would be so much better. I didn't have a chance to necessarily call it out during the thing because, you know, I didn't want to, like, overstep. But man, my biggest thing for feature flagging, and I believe you actually mentioned about it, like, values, not just a Boolean. I worked at a life insurance company. Ah, there you go. Yeah. No, it's still Twitter, right? It's genericized at this point. Every Band-Aid, every adhesive bandage is a Band-Aid. Every tissue is a Kleenex. I know, I get it, Tryon. I'm just pointing that out. Anyway, let me point this out. I worked at a life insurance company at one point, and we were building a brand new product, and we were trying to get users in to evaluate the product, and, you know, like, just, you know, product-led growth, etc. We were like a startup within the greater life insurance company, and our little startup was trying to, like, onboard people. And at one point, it's like, yeah, you needed a $1 million policy to actually, like, use our product. But 2 times a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, we wanted to reduce that value down to $500K, just to, like, get more people signed up to evaluate the product. We spent easily a couple hours each day updating environment variables that I would rebuild the front end for, and they would also re-push the back end for, that would establish that, like, minimum value. Right? Or, yeah, bare minimum value. Like, dude, we should be feature flagging this. And I proposed a way to do it, and then the manager we had was like, well, yeah, that's cool, but what if we did this, this, and this? And, like, yeah, it was dead in the water at that point. When instead, we could have had it totally working for that. Using Vexilla that I had done, like, 3 years ago. We could have had it Do that, and it would have totally worked and solved all of our problems. I'd probably still be at that company if it weren't for the friction that was caused by this like twice a week process of just having to update an environment variable that should have been a feature flag. So yeah, like I am deeply, deeply personally involved with the idea of feature flagging because I'm pretty sure it did cost me a job. The only reason it cost me a job is because I wasn't available within 5 minutes to respond to someone's message about these things. And then they went and checked, and oh, yeah, I was streaming during business hours. Yeah, I work asynchronously. I put in most of my work early in the morning and late at night. But, you know, someone else wanted me to be a butt in seat from 9 to 5. And I just don't resonate with jobs like that anymore. So, yeah, that was on me. A little bit. But also on them for a bad process. Yeah, exactly. So technically, the boss that let me go, that's the nicest way to phrase that, they didn't last, and they actually burned out like 2 or 3 other devs as well. And only after that boss left, the 2 or 3 other devs came back. Or actually, I think only one of them came back. So they lost 3 of their like senior developer leadership on that team because of bad management. People don't quit jobs, they quit bosses. I did miss like one required meeting because I had a cluster headache. So that was also part of what they like threw in my face. Even though I just, yeah. It's a thing. It's fine. It's fine. I've moved on to a better job at this point anyway, so I'm stoked. Thank you for making me like leave a life insurance job, you know. The project I was working on, I actually still really liked. Like, I built out that entire front end. It was still kind of my baby. So, you know, that does happen. But whatever. We're good. We're good. Anyway, let me catch up on chat. Yeah, don't want to work for a company that doesn't do async. As long as you get your stuff done, that's all that matters. Yeah, for sure. Right? Especially in this massively, like, decoupled async world at this point. You might have teams in India, in, you know, like in Europe, all over the world, in South America. To require someone to be butt in seat based on the time zone that the company's in? No, that just doesn't work. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. If you can't embrace a fully asynchronous work cycle, you're going to be left behind. Research dev, I totally get that. So Sergeant Pepper, it actually came down to they wanted to exert their authority. When they said, no streaming during business hours, and blah, 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 I forget what else they said. Like, they said that, and I just immediately was like, I'm not doing that. Right? It was one of those things where I'm the one that noped out, personally. If I had simply obeyed their idea of 9 to 5 BS and other things, I could have kept working there. But I didn't want to, you know? Yeah, we launched the entire platform on my back. I was the front end lead. I was the main front end dev, technically. I was the only front end dev for the majority of the time I was there. We only launched the platform on my back. We hired a junior at one point and they fucking killed it. They were great. But yeah, like, I don't think they realized, and I didn't necessarily want to say it, that I had been streaming the entire time. I didn't change my hours all of a sudden. No, I was streaming from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. and getting my work done outside of those hours every single day, and we launched the platform on my back. But all of a sudden, it became an issue. Uh-huh. Whatever you say. Uh-huh. So yeah, just bad management. People don't quit companies. They quit managers. I mean, technically, I was fired. I was terminated because I refused to do the 9 to 5. I had been a contractor for 3 years before that, at least, at the company I was working at, and they loved me, so like they kept me around. As a contractor, they can't dictate your hours. And then at this life insurance company, I started out as a contractor, and then they made me an employee, and as an employee, they can dictate your hours. So I put my foot down just saying I'm not going to work 9 to 5, because a lot of good devs just don't do that. And yeah, so technically I was fired, but I was fired because I put my foot down and said, I'm not going to do the thing you're saying I should do. So it's on all of us. It was on a bad manager to not recognize that I was still outputting good work. Right? So it was a mutual thing. They would have kept me employed for sure if I had adhered to their like rules. I'm a snowboarder. I don't like rules. I duck rope lines all the time. But yeah, there's a little bit of history. I think I could probably make that into a decent YouTube video at some point. But I want to save some of those like softer side videos until I release like a couple more like technical videos. And I'm just slacking. I got like videos to make for my job and also like a contracting thing I'm doing with Highlight. Like I got some other stuff I got to focus on before I do my own Twitch stream. Or my own YouTube stuff. So I'm kind of blowing it there, like on my own YouTube. But I think it's worth it. No, but I absolutely agree with how much I like chat here on stream, right? No, procrastination-driven development, that was, I think that was the dude from ConfigCat? Like the Belgian dude? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I forget his name right now. I'm terrible with names. But yeah, that was the dude from ConfigCat. And I don't think it's a problem for me to say at GitKraken, we actually use ConfigCat. Or has he just not gotten around to it? I like how you did that. That was good. Yeah, at work we use ConfigCat. At my previous job at Fairwinds, I was able to convince them to use my tool, Vexilla, because we only needed something simple. And I still ended up, for them, having to write a like client-side way of them like overriding things and like treating local storage as the source of truth, just so like QA and other people could test things. Which is why I made that comment in the Superstream. Because, yeah, like how many feature flag tools out there actually offer a really easy way for QA to override the flags? That's probably something I'm going to do for Vexilla, create a browser extension so you can override Vexilla flags if you want, you know? But yeah, we currently use ConfigCat, and I'm not going to try and shill Vexilla to the company. I just need to work on my thing. Ooh, baffle. Hold up, man. Don't burn out. Don't burn out at work. It's not worth it. Yeah, man. It's not worth burning out. I know. Yeah, right? I'm just going to say right now, the moment you're starting to feel competitive against your coworkers, you're on the verge of burnout or already there. Instead, yeah, you should just start applying elsewhere. If that's the corporate culture, etc., I'm sorry, like, you're probably not going to be able to fix it. You need to just start applying elsewhere. Yeah, burnout's a thing. I think I've avoided burnout because I tend to put my foot down like I did at the life insurance company. If I had let them dictate the 9 to 5 thing, I would have burned out so quick. You know? Like, so quick. Ooh, Baffleturd. I find that's actually the #1 source of burnout. You feel like you can't leave. You're like handcuffed to the company because you feel like you're the only one that's capable of doing that stuff. That's actually the biggest, like, dude, that is like, at least for me, when I felt like I was the one doing that, that is the #1 source of burnout I've ever felt, where I at least got ahead of it and I felt okay about leaving. So here's the thing. You need to document as much as you can, build out processes that solve the things you do, and at some point, get the fuck out of there, man. Dude, yeah, like that handcuffed, like feeling stuck feeling. Ooh. Yeah, feeling stuck is actually a bigger source of burnout than a bad manager. For sure, man. Yeah, you feel stuck. Yeah. You can't sustain that. You got to just interview elsewhere, get something lined up, and do your best effort. And I mean, like, truly, like, from your core, your best effort to document the things that you feel like you are the bus factor for, right? And sorry, I've used the phrase bus factor. I just saw OpenSauce calls it the lottery factor, and that is so much less morbid, right? Who here on your team, if they won the lottery and left because they got enough money to do whatever they want now, how much, like, impact would that have? And that's the lottery factor. rather than like, what if they got hit by a bus? Hit by a bus is such like a negative connotation. What if they won the lottery and you feel good for them? Yeah, they won the lottery. I'm happy. Yeah, I hope they live their best life. But they're not here anymore, and now you got to pick up the slack. Right? So it's not the bus factor, it's the lottery factor. I really like how Open Sauced phrased it that way. So yeah, evaluate the lottery factor. If your lottery factor is heavy, and you are the lottery factor, like you're the 100% or whatever, that's a major source of burnout, man. Don't let yourself feel bad about that. Instead, figure out how you can make it better. Yeah, and I get that research, Dev. You're not going to be able to change the company culture. Instead, you can put in the effort to document things as you see fit. And you can encourage others to do so. Establish, like, practices. Establish, like, hey, this feature you just launched, I don't see many comments about it. Where would I go to learn more? Nowhere? Maybe add some more comments. No, and I get it, research dev. You're already at your like limit. You need to be interviewing elsewhere and find something. That's all there is to it. Like, yeah. I was in a Twitter space earlier today with Danny Thompson, right? He was hosting the space, and it was really good. Just fantastic space. He does really good spaces. And basically, he pointed out that... Hold on. How do I phrase this the right way? Docs are everyone's job, right? And I guess, no, here's the bigger point. Don't feel bad about jumping from company to company. The number one way to grow your salary is actually to change jobs once a year. It really is, right? The number one way to get your salary to at least the baseline you're looking for, because only so much money matters. Once you get to that threshold, more money isn't going to help you, right? Work-life balance is actually more important than extra money once you hit your like baseline salary, right? Figure out what that baseline is for you to where you're comfortable, you're able to save up and create a buffer to quit a job that you hate. Things like that. Once you've found that number, then you need to focus on work-life balance more than any other thing, right? You get a new job, they hit your baseline, and then what is the work-life balance? And you only get to that point by jumping from company to company because companies don't offer good raises. It's just a thing. They don't do it. They would rather spend money on attracting new talent rather than retaining the talent they have. It's counterintuitive and it's not good, but I don't know, maybe some BS like formula has taught them that that's the way to go. At the end of the day, if every company's doing it, then yeah, you just got to jump from company to company. Just do it. Don't feel bad about that. Don't have loyalty to a company that doesn't have loyalty to you. Some of them do, but most don't. If they had loyalty to you, they'd be paying you the amount you're worth. If they had loyalty to you, they'd be giving you a proper work-life balance. So never feel bad for a company. They're about the bottom line. In your interactions with a company, you need to be about the bottom line. Doesn't matter how much you like your coworkers. You can still keep in touch. That's totally fine. as we were kind of like chatting and discussing earlier, it's a small world out there. So don't be a dick. I know. That's a problem I have. As long as you are cordial and you do what you can, going to a new company should not be the end of the world. If it is, for the company you just left, they have major like internal processes that need work. Right? It is an organizational problem. It's not a you problem. You're not going to change the organization as an individual. Pretty much never. Unless you get in there real early. So don't worry about trying to change it. It is true there, Baffleturd, but make sure you got something else lined up the moment you say that. If you do that, happy life. But again, don't burn bridges. There you go, Resonant. Yeah, for sure. Hold on. Let me give you this. I really like Growthbook, honestly. Every single person I know that's ever used Growthbook speaks very highly of the product. I don't know anyone that works there besides you. Feel free to drop the link here in chat if you want. Growthbook is way up there on the list of like, man, yeah. If I wasn't making my own feature flagging tool, I would have applied for the DevRel role that you guys posted like 6 months to a year ago. Like, I would have done that then, for sure, if I wasn't working on my own thing where I feel like there would have been a conflict of interest. So yeah, at some point, me just wanting to make stuff does shoot me in the foot. Right? Posthog. I think they were hiring at one point too, and it's still just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm good. But also, this is my first time being a DevRel. Hello at Growthbook? Perfect. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so anyone out there, Baffleturd, etc., check out the Growthbook website. Also, just reach out and say, like, hey, I think your company's great. I'd love to fill this role. You can do that, too. Like, that stuff works. It's so much better than just, like, the people that blindly apply to every single job that has a form available. The best results I've had in general were when I actually just sent an email. Where, like, they didn't use something like Indeed or Ashby or any of the other companies, and they're just like, yeah, just send us an email and chat about it. The best results I've had of getting an interview have been the ones where I just sent an email. Or possibly like work at a startup where I sent them a message via work at a startup. The amount of like interviews I've gotten from that versus just like the Ashby or the whatever thing. Like, dude, yeah. Yeah, Sgt. Pepper. I would say Growthbook is probably the thing to use. And I know I should be promoting Vexilla, but no. I think if someone's looking for stability and other stuff, Growthbook is it. DevCycle's great too. Keep that in mind. They're all great. But as far as like if I were evaluating a tool for a company right now, I would lean towards Growthbook because if we wanted to, we could do the static file hosting thing. We could self-host if we wanted. Right? Like, to me, the static file thing is incredibly important. I think one big advantage I want to promote about Vexilla is to self-host Vexilla. No, you just use vexilla.dev and it's a fully client-side application. I don't have a server attached to it whatsoever, right? You just launch the app and you do your thing, right? You go authenticate, etc., right? If you want to run Vexilla in your VPC protected private network, it's still just a static file somewhere and a thing you configure and you release out through GitHub or Bitbucket or whatever, right? So I think there is still a niche for Vexilla. But for any like major company, I mean, the lottery factor of Vexilla is very high. Whereas Growthbook is an established business. Ooh, yeah. Warehouse and native A/B testing. So that's a thing I want to actually implement into Vexilla here soon. You being able to inject your own like open telemetry or other provider to help record the span that we want to send to whatever provider you're doing, right? So yeah, I want to actually establish a bunch of like callbacks to the client that we ship that allows you to inject your own like open telemetry client. And then from there, we call out to that callback you pass us for all like the spans that we might have in our tool. So yeah, I think there's major value to that. I am not open feature compliant at the moment. I probably need to figure that out. So research dev, yes, right? Like if you have your own OTel client established, and yeah, I think I could do it, Andrew. I just haven't yet. And when I looked at open feature, it didn't have the idea of scheduling built in. And at that point, I don't know, because I want to offer scheduling and some other things, right? Like it's like extra. I wasn't sure how to add it as extra yet. So for me, I at least wanted to like check the box of scheduling and some other things. So you guys do scheduling through an open feature compliant provider. I do want to check that out. Yeah, that seems cool. Is it MIT licensed? Otherwise, I can't look at it. Okay, perfect. All right, that does help. MIT, BSD, Apache 2, any of those licenses, I will happily look. But I got to be careful about that, right? Just for reasons. Which is why I really liked that Growthbook open sourced their entire, like, yeah, this part right here is MIT. That's awesome. Or BSD, I think, technically, right? MIT, BSD are interchangeable in my mind, but they are different. And yeah, MIT? Okay, perfect. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I really like Growthbook. If I wasn't making my own feature flag thing, I would have applied to Growthbook ages ago. Right? Only for the fact that a bunch of creators and other people I trust are huge fans. Like Theo is a huge fan. Right? I don't think necessarily he would like that being public at the moment, unless you were to pay him for that sponsorship dollar or whatever. But it's like he's a big fan of sponsorships for things he actually uses. So I would say, like, reach out to him just in case if you guys are looking for that kind of bump. You're in the T3 suggested stack. Perfect. All right. There you go. That makes a lot of sense. There you go. I just wanted to make sure, right? I'm trying to, like, cover my bases here. So, yeah. Thank you. Cool. Yes, you do research, Dev. Based upon our current conversations, like you and Baffleturd chatting, you both need to revamp your resumes, obviously. And then, yeah, interview. Get that money. Find a company that treats you like a human being instead of just a robot that produces code. And you're good to go. And damn, we're already at 6:49 tonight. Space Case, are you still out there? Oh, yeah, you should never be fiercely loyal. Companies are not fiercely loyal to you. What is your, like, hour, like, cutoff? Like, when do you want to go to sleep tonight? Because I want to play some games with you. If I need to end stream now, I can do it. Oh, it keeps crashing your PC? Have you, like, lowered the quality? Okay. All right. I know. Hold on. It's basically Starship Troopers, the game. If you've seen the movie Starship Troopers, the humans are the bad guys. Just saying. Now, granted, it's made by the guy that did RoboCop, etc. So he's a satirist. He's like he does satire for a living, right? Paul Verhoeven. Love him as a director. He's great. He also did Total Recall, the original, as well. Great director. But yeah, Starship Troopers, the film, yeah, the humans are the bad guys. Hold on 1 second. All right, sorry. Ooh, yeah, I'd say check like full screen to like borderless window, etc. Things like that. I've run into games that I can't run full screen, but if I just do like window or like borderless, like windowed, I'm good to go. And hey, what up, Archer Zen? Sorry, I just saw that. I hope you haven't been lurking too long over on the YouTube. Thank you for chilling. We're having a good old Friday here. I'm loving it. Every minute of it. Have we written any code in the past hour? No, but the conversations have been gold. Oh, damn, Space Case. Yeah, I'm up, yeah, like over in Redmond. There's supposed to be a big magnetic storm tonight? I am kind of glad I have all of my major, like, equipment protected by UPSs. I got 4 of them. Rather than buy like one big UPS, I got like 4 of the cheap ones. Not cheap, but like Costco cheap. I used to live in a place where like the electricity was actually like really dirty. So I got like the, I don't know if it's pure sine wave, but it's like they massage the sine wave to be like actually consistent. I bought 1 or 2 of them for like the things I cared about. And then I slowly like bought another as I needed more stuff to support. Because as a streamer, the amount of devices only grows. It never decreases. I got way too much stuff right here in front of my face right now. I got a teleprompter. This is fantastic. I really like the teleprompter. Hold on, let me fix a thing. So yeah, anyway, anyone got fun plans for the weekend or anything? It is entirely too hot here in Seattle. Like, entirely too hot. Like, I need to set up my AC. Probably tonight. Maybe tomorrow. I can do it tomorrow morning. Rewriting your project's API, restructuring everything. Ooh, okay. So when you say restructuring, what does that mean? I'm curious. Ooh, barbecue season. Ooh. See, that's the thing I miss about living in an apartment. I can't just go fire up a grill with a bunch of like charcoal or whatever. Because like there's no grills on the patio. Like rules. Like technically I can't even do like a little mini hibachi or anything. Which is a huge problem to me. So yeah, I want to move to like a better place, but I'm stuck here for another year, or at least till like next April. Pulling the DB connection didn't utilize context really at all, so OTel would require a rewrite of most of the underlying code regardless. Oh, really? When you say OTel would require a rewrite, this is a side project, right? But you're like bringing OTel into it, which is cool. The collector should be separate from all that though, right? So like really, if you did it right, you should only be re-architecting the OTel collector. I'm really curious about that now, research. Because yes, I'm doing some like sponsored content. I'm gonna be in on like the Highlight IO workshop next week on the 16th. And I'm going to be talking about how to implement like OTel in a custom way. This is incredibly like relevant and interesting to me. Right? The main goal is like, I need to record the video content for it, which I probably want to do on like Sunday or something. But I need to make a video about like implementing OTel into a Next.js application. And I need like, the video I'm going to do is like a coverage of OTel itself and what it is and why. Yeah, no worries, Nightshade. I mean, I'll see you again soon, right? I was gonna say, if I was here like later, you could totally hop into the group that me and Space Case would have for some Helldivers. But yeah, have a good night, man. Yeah, so research. I am really, really curious about your like OTel stuff. Here's my question. Do you not have a collector? Are you opting out of the collector and sending everything from your service instead? I would say that's like not the right approach, but it's like an easy way to opt into it. The collector is amazing though, right? Like a good collector will like scrub data, removing like API keys, etc. A good collector will like batch things to the thing you're like consuming it with, right? That is like the power of the collector. Ooh. Ooh, Sergeant Pepper. I have no idea. That sounds fun. All right. So yeah, we're already at 7 p.m. I want to do at least one more thing before I go. And that is, I want to evaluate the FNV 1A that we did versus the Growthbook one and see what we get performance-wise versus distribution-wise. Those are two important metrics, right? Performance doesn't matter if the distribution sucks, which is why my custom algorithm is going the way of the dodo. This thing is expiring. Right? Totally extinct at this point. It's endangered. I need to replace my custom algorithm with FNV1A. At the bare minimum, my implementation of FNV1A, but I want to evaluate the more faithful version that I have. Right? And let's look. Right? This is the faithful version that I have, using the basis and the prime number, and how the Wikipedia says I should implement this, versus the way that Growthbook does it. And I want to like really understand why. Right? Like, there is a reason for this line of code. There's an absolute reason for it. I don't know what it is. Based on the syntax, I'm not going to pretend to understand. But they have a reason for doing it this way. I wonder if it's just a performance optimization. The 000 right here that part's also kind of blowing my mind. Or not 000, triple caret, right? If I'm thinking about purely only me, I don't like the magic number about it. But at the end of the day, if the magic number helps me get a better distribution, then I'm just going to do it. So, yeah. Someone just said, not triple O, triple X. It wasn't even triple O, it's the triple caret. But not triple caret, triple half of an X. No big deal. Yeah, no worries, Resonant Frequency. I hope to see you around again, and I'd love to chat more about Growthbook at some point, because Growthbook's awesome. I really like it. I will probably be focusing on Vexilla for at least the next couple weeks, so totally relevant for you to jump in and chat as we do things, etc. Feel free. I do jump from project to project from time to time. My next project I want to work on is actually just me recording, like, or at least setting up a website for me to do, like, voice actor stuff, so that maybe I can convince game devs like Lana Lux, who rated earlier, to hire me for voice acting. Yeah, for Lana, it'll be free. Absolutely. For anyone in the category, like game dev, software and game dev, I will do voice acting for free. Just to at least get, like, a resume going, you know? So, yeah, anyway. Thank you for hanging out, Resonant Frequency. I want to apologize for how harsh I was yesterday. I'm sorry. I need to treat new people better. That's on me. It's totally on me. I know. I appreciate, like, you forgiving it. I don't forgive myself yet, though. So, thank you. But yeah, hopefully see you again soon. Cheers. I'm gonna click it to my, like, my teleprompter instead of, like, the screen, because I don't want to, like, scratch it. Probably not a good idea to scratch the teleprompter. But yeah, cheers. Ooh, and yeah, this is the other thing I want to do. Like, what if... Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Like, dude, tonight, my plan was only to game with you. I had no other goal tonight than gaming with you. And, like, no pressure on that. Like, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But, dude, yeah. I'd be pumped to, like, play some games with you, man. If not, well, shit. I think we got time to do more code stuff. But that said, I'd probably rather be gaming with you. I know, right? Like, dude, I would say you used to be able to launch it, and then maybe Sony pulled some shenanigans, and you should probably just get your money back. Like, you've played it before, right? And all of a sudden, something's broken? Yeah. No, that sounds like a screw Sony type situation. They went back on the mandate, but they still had their hand in a recent release, so they might be messing up in other ways. Oh, you're on Radeon? Okay, yeah, I'm on a 1080p and or 1080 GT or whatever they call it. The fact that my 1080 is still like able to play games, considering the fact it's like 10 years old, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, dude, like the 10 series is solid still. Yeah, the 1080, dude, that's the biggest thing. Like the 80 series actually is multi-generational every single time. Like a 1080 still outperforms like a 2060 or a 3060. I think even a 4060. Technically, the 4060s are garbage. I'd be curious about the comparison between a 1080 and a 4070. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I totally get it. For sure. What up, John Hua? Mr. Sir. I'm trying to make it out to New York again in the fall for Seattle, or sorry, not Seattle Jazz, for React Summit and JS Nation. What I think we need to do is find that like all you can eat Korean barbecue, because that sounds way better. That sounds way better. So yeah, I do plan on being out to New York again in the fall. I am proposing talks for both of those conferences. So yeah, I'm planning on being back in New York during that same time. I'm probably even going to get a hotel room in the same spot just because I got these like discount cards for Rick's, which is just a block away. Yeah, you know, the place I went to before I like fell into the radiator. Yeah, that. I think I still have a scar, but I can't see my own back, so I think we're good. New York famous pizza or Domino's? I mean, I'll definitely do another like Michael Scott version of like, yeah, so people said food in New York was super good. Well, I went to this place, it was all right. Yeah, exactly, Janhua. I want to go to that $50 a person barbecue place. That sounds amazing because I think you and I will both make them sad about that proposition. For sure. Right? You're already up on their wall about do not let in. I think if you grow a mustache, you can get by. And then, yeah, they don't know me yet, but I will absolutely eat $100 worth of their their meats, for sure. Place we went to was good. We can do better. Yeah, exactly. We might have messed up letting these people in. Luckily, Janhua has a conscience because after like the comedy club he and I went to, we went to a dumpling place across the street. And I didn't realize that they were about to close before we got in there, and I wanted dumplings. So I was eating dumplings, but yeah, we could have easily ordered more dumplings. It would have been really good. Yeah, that's the next thing I want to do as well. Next time I go to like New York, comedy shows. I'm buying tickets every night for comedy shows. That's the move. Yeah, absolutely. They were great. All right, so Space Case, you're saying that you could play Helldivers on your Steam Deck. So should I be finishing up stream so that I can play games with you at a reasonable hour for at least like an hour or so? I'm thinking I probably need to like wrap up like now to do so. Yeah? Otherwise, I could hack at some code. I can hack at code tomorrow too, though. So, yeah. It's more about, will we actually be able to play games? Okay, so you're actually able to hop into games. Perfect. All right. So, here we are on stream. I think we're at a good point where I need to go raid someone. We did some really good work today understanding the graphing we were doing, etc. And I want to make a blog post about it. And I also want to, yeah, maybe try and turn it into a conference talk. Growthbook did mention that they'd sponsor? Like, I mean, I'll remove my company from talking about any of this stuff and just talking about like the algorithm itself. Like, I don't need to mention Vexilla if Growthbook's willing to pay for a flight and hotel, and Launch Darkly is willing to slot me in as a lightning talk. I think we could hammer this out this weekend. Like, I think we could be done. So let's continue and do what we're doing based on that. Whether it happens or not, no hard feelings. I want to build out at least a talk about hashing algorithms and what they mean and what the difference between them are, etc. And then we can see from there. Like, no expectations. 0 expectations. Yeah, I like at least the idea of it. And bare minimum, I would then have a talk I can propose to all sorts of places that I think is actually a timeless talk. So whether it happens this year or next year, for various like conferences, I think I can actually keep proposing it to things until it gets accepted. And that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. So yeah, anyway, let's go figure out who we raid. For sure. Let's make it happen. Who's even streaming right now? Who's even streaming right now? Oh, Ninfuwu is killing it right now. Ooh. L:Q doing Haskell dev for a Game Boy? What? I mean, I know those are words. I don't know what they mean together. We got the Coppinger. That's about it. You know what? We're going to do something that I don't normally do. We're going to raid someone that is not a software and game streamer. And instead, we're going to raid them because they're an awesome human being. So, have you ever seen the show Letterkenny? If so, you might recognize Evan J. Stern from Letterkenny. He's awesome. Like, he's super good. I'm going to have to, like, shout out my sub over there. I've been subbed to him for 14 months. I got to meet him at TwitchCon when it was in Vegas. I hope to see him at TwitchCon in San Diego. But, dude, he's a super cool dude. He plays Stuart. Yeah, he plays the dude that says Stuart on Letterkenny. He's such a dude. He's such a dude. Like, he's... Right? He's an actor who's been in a show that most of us should have seen. If you haven't, you got homework. But the fact that he's like just such a human being about it is really cool. And yeah, he's Canadian. Absolutely. So yeah, we're going to go raid Evan J. Stern, who's just such a dude. I don't think I get enough chances to raid him because sometimes we're like, no, there's like programming streamers I need to raid instead. But right now it's kind of like a little deadish. So instead we get the privilege of being able to raid Evan J. Stern. And he's just such a dude. Like, he's awesome. He's a really good dude. And wait, Andrew, are you from Canada as well? Or do you just like Canadians in general? Which is totally fine. You are Canadian? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I did not know that. Oh, you're up on Vancouver Island. Oh, dude. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but Carter from Seattle JS is looking for people that might be interested in doing workshops. If your company's into that kind of thing, for Cascadia JS that's going to be here in Seattle in like a month or two. Yeah, exactly. He's looking for people to do that. I'd say hit him up. If you haven't already. And Carter's awesome too. Like, I love how much of a small world this is. For sure. Let him know I sent you if you do hit him up. But no worries if not. But, oh, timer. Here we go. Later, everyone. Cheers.